Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello, certainly, Bowen. We're back in our Republic because it's colder outside today in real life. So, well, technically yesterday it was colder, today it's gonna get warmer again. But I think we have another day where we can play Workers and Resources and heat up my room again. Maybe try and get the ships going. I still need the... I mean, I guess we have the crop storage already. We're just waiting for the trains to be hooked up. Did start up the rail construction office. Once the tunnel has been built, this one, then we can unload bricks here and make the construction go faster as well. Until then it's going to be a little bit slow, but I think that's okay. In the meantime, we can probably work on extending our housing capacity. Oh, we have 3 uneducated workers somewhere. Not here, probably in a village somewhere. If it's in one of our cities, we have a capacity issue. Oh, it is in our city. Should be not a long-term issue, I don't think. No education. Might have been from when I got migrants. But yeah, they're visiting the school, they're getting an education. It's fine. 2 of them here. Is it down to 2? No, there's a 3rd one somewhere. I see 2. Masnoy has no one, Budonsk is fine, Kugoshny is fine. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. I don't know where the 3rd one is. Temporary settlement? Oh, here. Okay. Should be able to reach this by tram and get an education as well, so I don't foresee this to be a problem. Okay, you are still in require electricity? Oh. Well, I should probably build that. And then you have electricity. And then we can build up the housing. Come on, Sovskoy. Why is the train not able to keep up with you anymore? Do we need more alcohol transportation? Hello, friendly bot. Welcome. Might have been that the pub has just run out a bit. So far it still seems fine. Let's give it some time. I am thinking of increasing the transportation of bricks here, because it's slowing us down quite a bit. The tunnel needs a ton of bricks. And we could be using a free distribution office to help with distribution of that resource. Let's see if we have any open hull trucks in storage somewhere. We do not. Only an oil tanker. MAZ 200V, 12 tons, goes 60. That one is new, right? I guess there has been an update? I don't know. Did you get the mod to start even earlier? No, we started in 1930. Hello, UV theft. Started in 1930 and built until like for over 91 years now. Let me check if there was an update. Don't think so. Oh, I'm not awake yet. I read 1920. No, we've played for quite a while. It's Siberia map, so we haven't built as much as we could have because we had a lot of heating issues, but most of them are under control now. Still need more housing. Also have a heating plant in the middle of our city. Once this one becomes active, then it's gonna get interesting, I think. There are no mods. We're not playing with any mods. Playing the early start DLC. So you know how to play that game? Haven't gotten that far? Yeah. Played it a couple runs. Mostly about trying to build nice looking cities now. And weird systems where heating plants are right next to residential buildings. Is that small heating plant part of the early start DLC? Yes. Does make as much pollution as the normal one. So 5 tons of pollution per year. Say, the modern one makes 7 tons of pollution per year, but it produces 2 workers more of heating. So I'm running it with only 1 worker, so it has the same amount of pollution as if I was using the other heating plant with 1 worker. But people are doing somewhat okay, and it helps with the Siberia map. Heating is a bit of an issue here. And I haven't played this run in over a week. So everything has been forgotten. Still need to set up water and sewage. We need a sewage treatment facility. Would you advise the beginner to start their first game in realistic mode immediately or go gradually? You can start in realistic mode and turn it on and off in the game settings. You won't get any achievements for that, but if the draw for you is to want to do realism mode, you can try and start with it. However, yeah, like if you go full on realism mode, be prepared that a mistake will probably end your run in some, like, either a couple days or a week or a year, and reacting to it will not really be possible, because realism mode is all about things taking a bunch of time. So reacting to mistakes can be a little bit more difficult. But it was the draw for me too, and as soon as realism mode hit, I never played normal mode by choice anymore at all. So I would say, I mean, if you want to learn the game and you have no idea if you should, then no. If you feel like you want to learn the game, you should learn it by being able to make choices that impact the run immediately, rather than having to like think of something, then build it for a year or two, and then realizing, oh, it does not work the way I thought it did. Normal mode is better for that. Alright, let's build this. You can also self-limit your use of the instant build tool as well in normal mode. Yes. However, you also have to realize that you then have to turn off the auto purchase of goods of the buildings by turning it off once you have a building selected that can do that. So, for example, you place a grocer, or you hold a grocer in your hand, or an alcohol kiosk or something. You turn this off, and then it should be turned off for all buildings that have the auto purchase of goods turned on. Which means you have to import resources and bring them to the buildings, which is also a huge part of realism mode. And yeah, building from resources you can toggle in the bottom right. You can turn this to build from resources, and then normal mode also works like realism mode. But there's other things like being able to buy vehicles in a vehicle depot. If you do that in normal mode, they just teleport in. If you do it in realism mode, they drive from the customs house. And there you can't really like do it manually unless you buy them in the customs house and then manually order them to drive to a depot. There you would lose a bunch of convenience. Normal mode seems like the playground, but I think I want the stress of the big stage. Normal mode is not stress-free. That is a lie. Normal mode will be plenty of stressful, believe. Alright. Heating plant is up. I'm wondering, I don't think I have room for an aggregate loading station here. I checked that already. Maybe... no, power line's in the way. I would have to tear down the power line. And that's a pretty big... I mean, right now would be... Actually, I could build a temporary power plant and supply this area with its own power via coal delivery, I guess. Could make this an underground wire instead. And then the coal loading station could probably be here. It's not that much coal. In normal mode is quite difficult to learn, so many interconnected systems, and there's some quirks in the game's behavior that if you play in realism mode and you try to figure them out, you're gonna get frustrated because things might not work the way you think they do. Like the first thing you learn is you only have to care about people being transported to work, not back. The transportation back from work is implicit, basically. You're only caring about transporting hundreds and thousands of people to work, but not on their way back. They find a way back somehow, but it's not something you have to worry about. And figuring that out in realism mode, a bit tricky. Like, you might set up your logistics network in a way where you're even trying to like bring them back and you're wondering why it isn't working. But there's other quirks, like in City Skylines, you're able to just draw roads over each other and it creates a neat little intersection. You can't do that here either. Which is very complicated for City Skylines to do and adds a lot of like usability. You don't get that here. You have to make your own intersections. Hello Hailstorm. Welcome. We're playing with something that makes the game even more difficult, like some self-imposed restrictions. So if something looks weird or inefficient, don't worry about it. We don't have all the tech. We're staying also in low-tech land, I guess I can call it, where we're only using tech that, like vehicles and equipment that is from before 1960. MAZ 200V, 770,000. Much cheaper than the R12D, and better in every way. So, except maybe fuel consumption, but that's fine. Well, fuel consumption was a pretty big issue for us for a while. But I guess we'll replace the R12D with that vehicle type now. Yak 10, 8 tons versus the MAZ, 8 tons, 500k versus 510k, 40 kilometers an hour versus 65 kilometers an hour. The Yak Open, I don't know. I guess it's also going to be the MAZ. Why not? And the Roosevelt, these are logging trucks. Do we have any better logging trucks from early start? We do not, so it's gonna still be the Roosevelt. 8 tons of lumber. Hello Frontum. Hello the Fractured Toad. Your money grows fast. Well, it's very high inflation levels. You have to consider that food costs us 16,000 rubles if we were to buy it. So the amount of money we have isn't actually that much. Therefore it fluctuates up and down pretty quickly. We are making our own food, but fuel is quite costly. It has been for a while. Fuel was the reason I had to start an oil field. And the reason why we are building a harbor here to export some oil. Okay, 2 more deliveries of bricks to the rail construction office should finish the construction of the tunnel. Maybe only 1, but... yeah, maybe only 1. Do we have trams? Yes, we do. We have trams in the city. Transporting it all the way to the harbor. First they stop in the heating plant, and then any excess worker goes to the harbor. So that's how our overflow system here will work. The city's main workforce goes to towards the harbor and then performs work here. Okay, looks like only 1 more pickup. 10 tons. Actually, we need, yeah, 2 trucks arriving right now. Is the city our capital? It's supposed to be growing alongside the coastline, but it is not our capital, although it is quite central. We've developed through Siberia for a long while. The largest city right now is Sovskoy. I have a bunch of villages going towards Sovskoy. I could be running the train over there to make it more dramatic, but that would take a while. This is, I guess, currently our largest settlement. And building the next one that far away from it took a while, so that's why, like, going through Siberia takes a long time. But yeah, this is our largest settlement, Sovskoy. Got built because we wanted to have a food factory, distillery, meat production in the area. We also then attached cement production to it and sewage treatment. And then in this valley here, we've got a steel mill, a power plant, and a brick factory. And over here, the setup for massive extraction off of a coal mine. Where we can extract a ton of coal, depending on how much usage we have. Up to 4 coal ore processing plants can run here. This does not export any waste other than construction waste. Although I could even prevent that from happening now, since they added a early start construction waste recycling facility. Then we could drive it in there instead and bring the gravel out somewhere else. And the steel mill, I guess, makes metal scrap, that's true. The coal produced here, the iron we deliver by longer trains off of our initial first city, real city. We had a town before that, but we have an iron mine before that. We go through where we had to build a tunnel without a tunnel boring machine. Past the village, train track come through the right side over a longer bridge. Then we come to Bugodonsk, which is our first city. More naturally developed. Less planning on that one. It was the second settlement after Gugoshny that we built, coming into the map. It had some clothing factory, initial gravel production. I'm gonna turn this name around and make it say it's clothing now. It supplies clothing for the region. But up here we also have the iron mine, where we throw in excess workers to produce iron ore for us, turn it into iron. And then longer trains come by and pick it up and transport it to the iron mine. Previously they were exporting it. And we have 2 large trains that do that continuously. 2 long trains. And everything's still running on steam locomotives. We started all from scratch or from an existing village town? From scratch. Goshni was our first settlement. It started with like 2-3 houses, a grocery kiosk, clothing store, and then it grew a little bit, but this is basically our first settlement. It has a couple logging camps and a sawmill here. But this is the first thing we built. Glorious socialist urban and industry planning, yes, for sure. First one we built, where I also experimented with like people living right next to a heating plant, seems to work okay. As long as we make sure the waste is being carried away. We murdered them a little bit for having our waste storage run full here. But yeah, it works okay now. This is our train importing grain. That one will go to the harbor as soon as the rail line is linked up, where we import grain by ship and then load it onto the train from there. But yeah, that's the Republic. It's Siberia. Heating is very dangerous, like insufficient heating can kill your people quite quickly since temperatures drop to -46 degrees. And gotta make sure that everything stays heated. Impressive work, man. Thank you. And yeah, the plan for this settlement is to have a tram line go all the way along the coast up to here. We probably need a second and maybe a third heating plant to provide heating to the area itself, but like large heating plant. This is not just heated with small heating plants, we have a large heating plant standing around here. The smaller heating plants are just auxiliary heating, making sure that during the coldest days of winter the large heating plant doesn't go over capacity. But yeah, I wanted to have like a settlement going along the coast. So we'll probably have like commercial district, residential area, another commercial district up here, maybe with sewage treatment and water production, and then more residential. Maybe that's how it'll be. Another train tunnel is also being built in the meantime. Here we're ready for laying down the train tracks, gravel, prefab panels and steel. Can't use wooden tied tracks because it's a tunnel and there's no wooden tied track tunnels. But all the resources should be present, and in 8 construction tasks we're through the tunnel, building the last short section of train track. And then the grain silo is hooked up and the train importing grain to our food factory can go here instead. And we'll keep importing grain by ship from the west. And sorry, that is not what is being built right now. First thing we're hooking up is the resource delivery to the area. So we're hooking up the mechanical component factory, resource storage for it, and export storage for the mechanical components. After that we'll build the train track down towards the harbor, because I want to have the bricks here to make it faster. Every worker here should be able to walk to the tram stop, should be in range. Heating should be sufficient, I think. We will hook up 2 more small heat exchangers off of the small heating plant and distributing heating a little bit more throughout this area. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Maybe I'll take down this hill and make the water and sewage treatment plant be over here. This doesn't have running water yet. Our first city, Bugudons, does not have running water. Sovskoy has running water though. I would have to retrofit it into the first settlement if I wanted it. Maybe we'll replace the fire trucks here with some larger capacity fire trucks, because we will have some pretty important buildings in this area that should be extinguished pretty quickly. Oh, an MAZ fire truck, level 18. That's a pretty nice one. And also dries very quickly. Sure, we'll use that here. One more brick delivery, and then first new building is up. I'll still need a monument here. Come on, that alcohol situation should be fixed. We're transporting everything to our cities by train. Previously it was a single train doing all the work. Trying to switch that over to rail distribution now. But the train here is a little bit of an issue with keeping up with the deliveries of alcohol. Because there was a little bit of a transportation problem when we had a massive traffic jam on our rail network. Seems to be better. Just have to wait for it to like run the storage full again, and then it should be fine. The train just needs to run a couple times. Should be able to drive in there. I guess I didn't place a signal here anymore. What if I put a signal just here? That should be fine then. The train is way longer than the block, but it can keep it... Oh no, it's not way longer. I guess we'll just make that then. Thought it was too long, but actually it's fine. Okay. Passenger transportation between our settlements. Everything but one settlement is hooked up to the rail network. The one that isn't hooked up is Toimasnoy. But everything else has a train stop. Even Gugoshny got retrofitted to have one. Bringing excess workers from here to the clothing factory. We're not running a train every 60 seconds, that would be overkill, but occasional transportation is available. Every 240 seconds is what I'm trying to go for. I'm not trying to stretch the Republic out as wide as possible. I'm trying to like build the settlements away at a reasonable distance, which makes the construction kind of slow. But I think I've developed a system now where if I were to use this on like a regular map, I could build pretty far away and have it be kind of quick. I would be bringing resources and workers by train and then build up the settlement from that. Instead of having like construction vehicles drive everything over to the construction site. Basically like a storage like this, and a train station similar to this, next to where the new city should be, and then everything gets delivered by train and would be super efficient. Port vehicles take a while to get here, because they have to drive all the way from the border, and that's like over 12 kilometers away. This is going to be the test to see if two heating plants this far away will increase the pollution in the area. They're 500 meters away from each other, which I assume should be good enough to not cause any problems with pollution. But that's what we're about to find out, I guess. And then we'll add another one up here somewhere. Extend it, see if then pollution happens around the central heating plant, or maybe on the hill, the triangle of the heating plants. Central area, if that would cause any problems. We'll need a police station here. I might build a clinic too. I don't think workplaces need a clinic per se, but I like the idea of it. 3 more construction tasks, I think. I don't want to create too much unemployment here. So the residential area will have to grow with our industrial area. Once we start opening up the mechanical component factory, we can have 120 more people-ish living in our city. Okay, 1 more construction task it looks like. No workers. That'll hopefully be less of an issue once the new residential area comes online. I think there's an issue somewhere. We have way too few 21-year-olds without their own flat waiting. There must be a health problem somewhere, I think. Doesn't seem to be pollution related though. Maybe it's just the winter caught a lot of them and the number's gonna go up throughout the year until November again. Only help with the brick deliveries. The rest doesn't matter. The rest is fast enough on its own. I even built a temporary rail distribution office here to help with the initial distribution of resources. And then I'll have to bring construction materials here. Start bringing construction materials to the new storage as soon as the connection has been made. Tunnel is done. Now we just need these 2 pieces of train track and we can start making our own mechanical components, plus having construction materials for the rail construction office much closer. New fire truck, faster, more capacity. Lots more workers in case of a fire. I think that's a good idea. Storage has been hooked up. Now we just need the mechanical components to also be hooked up, and then this can start producing. %. And this is temporarily also holding the other construction materials until we have the more permanent storage setup. But during rail construction right now, it would be nice to have this locally. You'll be able to pick up the construction materials from this storage now instead, and leave the building materials alone. And I guess you are not needed anymore, so that was very short-lived, but I guess it is what it is. It helps speed things up. Now we can start working on the train line to the grain silo. I guess we should keep like bringing resources over. I'll take back what I just did. We will need continuous resource transportation until the deliveries actually have come in. Not stop it yet. Once we have the delivery of steel, the factory can start working. Then we'll need to extend the amount of housing available. No highly educated workers in these buildings, please. I'm micromanaging who can live where, based on education. I don't want to have too many highly educated people, because they want electronics and they're expensive. Fire station with no workers is kind of dangerous here. Hopefully the worker count will go up soon. Should be more workers on the tram now. I think it's time to tell this train to not pick up workers from here anymore. No, I can't do that. I need to have a certain limit to it. Oh, that's why they were loading everyone. Okay, now it's actually set up correctly. Okay, couple workers, but not too many. Sounds good. Steel has to come from our second largest city. Very short train. The engine is almost larger and longer than the train cars. I think they have the same length. But it carries 250 tons of steel, so I guess that's fine. Passenger train, right of way. I am pretty close to starting a proper run on Derail Valley. So close to that. Wish I could salvage the steam locomotive, but it's probably a good idea I don't. Would spend a lot of time shoveling coal and blowing up the engine probably. It's marked as a settlement. Now it is. Hello then, Trussi. Welcome. Escapes from the prison, huh? Well, with insufficient workers, that's bound to happen every now and then, but hopefully we got that under control now, since I'm not taking any more, not too many workers anymore out of this area, hopefully. There should be more workers going by tram to the affected areas. There's our steel delivery. Wish it would have gone around the outside, but, you know, if there's no one in the... no passenger train waiting there, and it can just run through, why not? Well, actually it would be better to have it go around the outside, because then it wouldn't be affected by like another train merging back onto the track and onto the junction. Well, whatever the rail distribution office does, I guess. The rail dispatchers are gonna figure it out. I am thinking of adding water and sewage here. It's gonna be on the lowest point. The water will have to be pumped up and pressurized. I guess the water could also be up here, for example. Water production, but sewage treatment should be down here, I think. Built a sewage treatment plant, single truck dedicated to delivering chemicals assigned to the treatment plant. We'll need a sewage discharge, and then we won't have any pollution issues with the sewage going into the water here. Workers will be in walking distance from the residential buildings. And at least we can take out the temporary sewage discharge here. And slowly set up the sewage piping in the city. There probably will be another sewage treatment plant on that side, I think. If we need another one. Well, I guess we do have brick sewage switches now, so ought to use those. Wait a minute. Thought they had a much smaller hitbox, but that's just my imagination. It's all flat here. We'll have drinking water and electricity already. Just needs this discharge being hooked up, chemicals delivered. And the workers can already walk here, but there will be more housing. And a little bit of a gap to not have houses directly next to the treatment plant, I guess. Not that it creates any pollution, but just still. We got steel. Production can now start. Mechanical components, so we might be able to eliminate that from our imports at some point. Once the volume of workers here is large enough to constantly run this. steel and bricks nearby. Prefab panel and board deliveries still have to come from here. Alright, I guess we'll prepare the other tunnels too that go into the train depot here, which has access to a repair station. If trains want to get repaired in this city instead of our first city. Alright, that's a pretty full tram. I think I'm gonna start adding another 2 trams to this loop. Well, you have an oil refinery to produce fuel. I don't want to build another oil refinery. Otherwise I could throw it down into this harbor and export fuel and bitumen, but then... I don't know, we're losing a lot of money, I guess. Why are we losing a lot of money? Electronics. Electronics are killer. 76,000. Still should make money over the year. I guess since we're transporting steel to this area now, they're not being exported, and that's why we're losing some money in the short term. But we'll be able to have mechanical components long term. Fire truck can go into a depot to be used from another settlement at some point. We can load steel, we can load mechanical components. Both are possible. You, for export purposes, can now load the steel from here, which is going to be a lot shorter. This could be the supply for mechanical components from the Republic, and I guess it will be. We'll have to see what our production per month is. Oh, actually, we can produce 4 per day, 120-ish per month. We imported 20 per month. 160 per year. 200 last year. That's less than 20 per month. So this should keep up with production. We just have to run the storage full initially. And then we can set up the distribution to the settlements by rail distribution office instead. So you're, for example, not going to buy mechanical components from the border anymore. We'll just pull them out of this warehouse. Tunnel is almost done to the grain silo. Worker pool here looks pretty good. Still not a consistent supply of workers, but every second tram probably has enough. How's the pollution situation now that we're heading -10? It's not very cold yet, but initial glimpse. No problems so far. Once we drop below -20, like -30 and below, then the heating plants will kick into gear. I mean, they shouldn't make any more pollution than right now what they're like making. So there's no real kicking into gear per se. I assume the heating here is sufficient. I haven't checked yet, but there's a heating plant plus a heat exchanger, which is much below capacity, so I believe this to be fine. More housing will be built on this side, probably with using this heat exchanger as well. The tram loop will be removed as soon as we have the proper loop set up, because the tram is supposed to loop here, going through the residential area and then past the train station. I will have 2 trams running in opposite directions. We might split up the tram where there's 2 tram loops for the residential area, running them to the commercial area, and then a tram running them from the workers from the commercial area to the heating setup and then the harbor. So the worker transfer would be at the train platform. We would pretty much have all of our workers over here. So this train loop would then be still necessary, the one here. Because if I want to run them from the worker area, or like the harbor area to the commercial City area, they would need a place to turn around. Otherwise they would have to go through the whole settlement to make that loop, and that would be kinda a waste. I'll return here. Hopefully run it this way. I mean, it doesn't really matter which way they run, but yeah, that would solve it, I think. Or we can drop an end station here once we get rid of the temporary storage. So they go into the end station, wait as much as they want to, and then go back. We still have to use this end station though. That's like used for repairing. I could move it. We could say this was a mistake. The left-hand turn here is too much. We'll just set up the repair station over here. I mean, with the current setup, each residential tram that is supposed to run this loop would also have to go here for repairing. We could set up the train depot for repairing instead of an end station. I think an end station makes more sense. And maybe it should be here. That could make sense. But that is to be determined. We only need to split that up once we, I guess, have a lot more demand. About that, please. Yeah, that looks good. I will want to have to set Sovskoy to rail distribution instead of single train, running everything. So Sovskoy needs to have its tasks slowly shifted over. If I even can do that, it has a lot of work to do. Even removes the construction waste from here. Bugudonsk also needs a rail distribution office. I don't know where to build that yet. It also brings the coal everywhere. Yeah, just having so many loading stations with those 20 assignments you can do, it's I don't know. I mean, the main train should probably still run food and alcohol. I don't know. I think the setup of like a rail distribution office per type of resource is probably better. Because then you can have one loading command and 19 unloading commands. You load your resource from here and you bring it to these 19 different areas. Which means we kind of need to set up a lot of rail distribution offices. I like my single train setup though. It's so economical. It doesn't scale. But once the city is set up and it works, it works. Haven't heard the warning message about lack of fuel, lack of alcohol for a while. Donetiti gets its resources only by rail distribution. It does not have a dedicated train running to it anymore. So I guess Donetiti will also handle the distribution of mechanical components to each settlement. That is what that rail distribution office will do. Which means the train here does not have to import mechanical components anymore. And the same thing applies to Bugudonsk. No more mechanical component imports. And the distribution is run by the train distribution office in Donetiti. Bringing mechanical components over here. It's already assigned for clothing transportation. We're picking up clothing from here. Mechanical components are not loaded from the customs house anymore. So what you can do is pick up clothing in Bugudonsk and unload mechanical components if you want. And hopefully the other trains will run themselves out, and then it's only going to go by rail distribution office. I think a rail train distribution office for the food factory, distillery and meat distribution might be sensible. It would centralize it. I mean, it could make sense, but the other downside is if something goes wrong with that distribution office, it's still kind of convenient to have the city distribution offices pull their own resources instead of pushing the resources out. Because we can scale the volume inside the city rail distribution office a lot more than the one next to the factory. Pushing the resources out would make sense for something like mechanical components where you don't need that many per year. But food, you need a ton of transportation capacity. And I think for food it might make sense to just have a dedicated line running between the cities with like a long train and just unloading like crazy. Oh, the tunnel is still separate construction tasks. I think the tunnel boring machine just... I don't remember. Doesn't drill through it. But yeah, the work that they need to do in the other construction is only drilling. It wouldn't have taken too long, but it's a little bit annoying. So now the tunnel boring machine has to... Oh, actually, do they build the exit first? I guess they kind of do. Yeah. Build the exit first and then resume drilling. Heating plant is run by prisoners, mostly. So if something goes wrong with the worker delivery to the area, the heating plant doesn't immediately collapse, but prisoners will start escaping and then it'll collapse soon after, but not immediately. Sewage pipe run towards the city. And water will be built after. I'll set up the sewage system first and water later. Road construction. Vehicles move over to the side a little bit. We might need a culture building here. A lot of people are complaining about lack of spirituality. So we might need an attraction or entertainment building to deal with that. Probably several. probably have something larger scale up here. But inside the housing area, maybe something a little bit smaller. Or we just slap down another expo hall. Do that whole thing again. In the future here, probably. Not right now. So, sewage network. That way would make more sense. Because I need more connections facing towards the inside of the city, not towards the water. Yeah, I think that'll work. We'll have to find out where to place the water switch, but that one is less critical about how it gets placed. And then it goes uphill, and we'll have more connections to make up here. I did want to relocate one of the sewage switches. Don't exactly remember anymore why. That one. That needed a connection. So this sewage switch is gonna go. Which means this house doesn't have a connection anymore. Does it? No. Everything is still connected. Okay. Okay, we'll go up to the road, sort of. And then make these corners smoother. And then it's done. Off of here, we'll split it up into two directions, left and right. The industry area can also be hooked up to this. It's higher than our other area. We'll just have to dig some sewage pipes through the mountain, but that's okay. So that'll have to be a bypass or a pump to bring it up on the hill and then back down. But for now we'll hook up whatever we have planned at the moment. And get the sewage treatment plant started. Our export distribution office can also export excess mechanical components now, I think. Export rail distribution office. Anything over 50% here gives us 100 tons of storage. We need to provide it with the adequate train cars to do an export. And then set the material to go to the customs house as well. So we'll have to give it some train cars. I think it doesn't have to be too many. Open. 11 tons per. If we can export 66 tons. Six train cars worth. Load them from the customs house, bring them to the train distribution office next to our food factory, which is responsible for doing exports. And then go back into storage. And then we'll have to, after the delivery has been made, we'll have to set up the settings so the export can actually happen. I'll set the export to like 70%. Otherwise I'll export at 100 tons, load 66 tons, and we're going to be left with 34. That's a little bit low. But if we start loading at like 80%, 90%, or 70%, that's going to be better. 10% is 20 tons, so it should be 30% higher. Then we're loading 60 tons out of it, and we're 66 tons out of it, and we're going to be left with 94 tons. Which is good enough for half a year. Temperature here is absolutely fine. 16 degrees is nice. If you don't have the terrain overlay, the elevation overlay set up, it looks weird how I built this train line, but I tried to avoid too many elevation changes and just went around a hill. We do have a... We had to make a fill here. What does it look like running by train into the settlement? We're going to take a drink, and we're going to take a train ride. First to the construction sector and then into the city. No, I was muted. Thank you. I muted myself after drinking and probably no one here heard me anymore. It's 29 degrees outside is what I said, and the room is heating up as we speak. But we have mechanical components being produced now, which should be able to go into export. Wait a minute. Donitity. What are you doing right now? You're loading them from Softskoy and bringing them here. That has to be turned off. You're now the source of mechanical components. Why do you have that? Why are we loading resources from here? Also to unload mechanical components? No. The local rail distribution office does that. Why am I loading? I don't know. What are you producing? That only goes into that storage, nothing. I think that is just to turn that off. Didn't I add that? Maybe I added it for the wrong rail distribution office. Oh, we're out of money. That's fine. We don't have any debt. It just means we import less electronics, I guess. Suffering for your art, yeah. Totally. So yeah, probably a shorter stream today, at least of this game. I'm gonna probably reset the stream and we'll do something like... It's not just the heat, it's I guess also the mental energy investment in this game. Trying to build stuff that's efficient, plus reducing some of the efficiency to try and make it look pretty, takes a lot of mental energy, it feels like. Trying to make it look like organic and nice looking. But maybe that's just me. Yep, YouTube doing your thing again, sure. Just, why not? Well, we'll be notified as soon as something goes out of stock. $9 million. Jesus. Have to take regular breaks from this game, yeah. I'm also feeling that at some point I would like to start a new run with making up a new challenge. I think the challenge for this has basically been achieved, the early start, but early start has now changed so much that there must be new challenges to be found. Okay, I give you like a couple repair trucks, so you can drive around and repair things. $12D repair truck is not okay. There's an excavator out of fuel somewhere. Oh, that's the western one, right? That's fine. Can try my one. Low tech plus no importing immediate products for export is challenging me. But you were already like importing chemicals. No, yeah, you were importing chemicals and exporting food. And like, that already broke the rule. So I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I mean, I could try it. Would have to start with something like coal or iron ore, I think, or gravel, or construction, like quarry stone, gravel maybe. Researching chemical plant to start being able to export some of the food and alcohol would be nice. I mean, alcohol we could potentially make for export. Chemicals for water purification, come on. Yeah, it's an intermediate product that you're importing, and then you're making a product for export. It's a big one. Like I said, the challenge sounded really challenging when you described it. Like alcohol you can probably make for export without a chemical import, because you can just run a water pump at 95% water quality, and it should be doable. Usually when I think of these challenges, I'm like, oh god, what unexpected consequences are there gonna be? And then when I hit them, I'm like, okay, well, it's part of the challenge. So yeah, the water purification chemicals are like a pretty big restrictor on that challenge definition, I think. Alcohol I have without water purification. Then you have an export good. The alcohol is way better than food export anyway. So it's just that the industry will reduce the health of the workers there for like drinking water access. Let me know when the train line to the grain silo is done, and then we'll change the direction of the grain train. And see if a ship is able to keep up with the delivery of resources to the area. From the west. It still has to be like loaded with resources too. I could make a small harbor for export of resources, but should be loading this full of mechanical components? No. Just steel. 2,800 tons of steel is a lot though. Oh, that's too much. It's a challenge I got off of Saldier, so I'm using his rules, and he excludes water and power. Okay, well... Well, power... Yeah, power is true, I guess you need power everywhere. But technically the power doesn't go into the resource, it's just there to run the building. The water does go into the food and alcohol. Semantics, I know. If I would have done it, I wouldn't have even thought about electricity. You wouldn't be able to do anything without electricity, but I don't think I would have excluded water. I would have regretted it probably, but yeah. Sounds like a fun challenge. Okay, now the tunneling construction phase of the tunnel with tons and tons of bricks, which are close by. Hopefully rail distribution can keep up with the deliveries. I guess all the materials are here now. So we can turn off the last few deliveries. And put your vehicles into storage. If only I had enough storage capacity. What's in here? Oh, all the bulldozers from terraforming work. Thousand workdays. I might need more trains in the rail distribution office for Dunetiti. They're probably all busy by now. So yeah. Before the trains get a little bit more expensive, let's buy one more train. I wonder if I should set up an access road that goes down here to a local storage. Like, I can't set it up this way, but I can surely set it up like in a way here, where if we flatten this and can go past the train tracks, then I could have an unloading station here for either steel, or a small warehouse actually, for mechanical components to be transported there in advance. Then we could run mechanical component exports by ship to the west with whatever is in the area. And we don't have to wait. Now the problem is road connection. This is so close to the train station, the tunnel, that I don't know if I can get up the hill without compromising the how the tunnel looks. Because if I start digging in here, it would lower the terrain and it would look kind of odd. Can you get a road tunnel in? Yes, that is a very good idea. That is a good idea. Road tunnel in from here, coming out this way and then going across. I like it. The harbor is a mess of tunnels anyway. So that's a good idea, probably. Okay, about that really good idea. I have left not a lot of room here. Oh, that's no. Ideally, we would have the tunnel, the road tunnel entrance somewhere on that side instead. Huh, if it goes out this way, I guess we can also do it without a tunnel and just go up the hill, probably. But a tunnel might look nicer. It looks so weird. I think all my bulldozers are refueling right now. Well, they're not in range anymore. I guess that is the other. These two bulldozers are refueling. I think this is so close to the rail tunnel that I can't really flatten the terrain here anymore. But it is now fine. think that'll do. Small warehouse for exports. No open storage. Just a warehouse. Then we can have a distribution office pick up covered hull components, mechanical components, and dropping them in here if we have more than 50% resources in this. Which means there's going to be a lot of components going to the west. And then we also don't have to wait until loaded for steel anymore. Just load whatever is available and don't wait until loaded. So stuff could be in the warehouse. The steel here will be a single time delivery. And then you're also going back to the depot. And otherwise no distribution to the building. We're not distributing steel to this building. This train... Wait. Mechanical components for export at 80%. I guess all the trains are busy. No, they're not. We already have an export. 3.3 million. Yep, that'll keep our US currency going, meaning we can at least swap grain over to Western imports, which is going to be cheaper for us until their price goes up again. And unfortunately we can't go to the east with this ship because it's 22 meters wide. And the train bridge is 21 meters wide, even though it said it would be wider. It says it has pillar distance of 39 meters, when in fact it currently has a width of 21 meters, so it's too small for that ship. I don't know if that got fixed. Doesn't look like it. Nope, still the same width. We could bring other resources here, like we could distribute alcohol into this if our production keeps up with it. The distillery is not running it anywhere close to full capacity. We're running it with 30 workers out of 100. But I could bring some alcohol over for export. I would have to drop it into the mechanical component warehouse and then drive it down, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, I don't want to have another rail connection here. Could have a single truck waiting until loaded for alcohol and then moving it down constantly. Yeah, it's probably fine. I don't want to export anything that requires crops. Otherwise we're just gonna cause like a loop or something. Import grain from the west and exporting alcohol to the west doesn't sound sensible. $50 tons of mechanical components. Should be distributed here by train. Oh, now I know why I assigned it. I wanted to push the resources out. And it was still set to load. I wanted to use the local rail distribution office to move mechanical components into that storage. But I guess I never flipped the setting over to make sure it doesn't do that. 50 tons of mechanical components. Need to have a train available to shift that resource. Coal, clothing, chemicals, bricks. Brick delivery shortage, yep. So many bricks needed. Come on, I already increased the amount of workers here. Guess we'll have to wait until next year before the warning goes away. Still no production in the sewage treatment plant. At least, I guess, because we don't have running water, but it is keeping the sewage tanks emptied out, it looks like. So that is working correctly, it's just not producing much. If I had planned this earlier, maybe I could have fitted it in with the existing train track here. Then the train tunnel here would have to be moved. And this whole hill would have been shifted more to the right, but yeah. I never really planned for an export storage, I guess. Mechanical components should be picked up for Sovskoy. That's going for export, which is fine because the warehouse is full. But we do need them in Sovskoy. Clothing. Okay, I need another train here. You know what? No, we'll wait. We'll want to export. So a single open covered hull truck loading mechanical components, driving them over here. Waiting until unloaded. Should keep the warehouse full. And the ship just loads whatever is there. Yep, it's working every now and then. A sewage treatment plant, but barely. Well, if the rest is connected. A little bit too close. And then I guess we'll run a sewage pump or two up here. The other alternative would be to just push through the mountain and hook it up to another switch. I think we can run a pump. don't need any other sewage switch out here. There's no demand for anything else. This is like as fully built as it gets, so... And then just gotta make sure we can run this to here. Looks like that's fine. Oh, it's even lower than that. Well, I guess we'll need another pumping station. Odd. Wait a minute, did I did not do... No, this looks fine. Ah, the mechanical components should be delivered, come on. Don't break all my vehicles. So it's slightly below the required height. Very, very slightly. I don't know if that connection can be made. No, so it would require another sewage pump or something. Well, I guess that's what we have. Maybe not. Maybe not. No, I think we'll be fine. I think this will be okay. Wait, do we have an elevation difference here? 26 to 26. Doesn't look like it. Okay, it wants to flow out that low, so yes, I guess we need one. I wonder if that'll hook up. Nope. far as we can go with the electricity unless I build another substation. I guess I can bring it in here, slightly against the hill. And then we use that elevation difference. Oh, right, train tracks. Fun. Okay, we'll use that. I will have electricity. And we can use that to draw sewage even from our industrial area to our existing sewage treatment plant. Although having its own sewage treatment plant here would also been fine, but I don't think having multiple makes sense. At least not for the industrial area. The rest could have also been done sewage treatment inside the harbor, but I think that one would have been more dangerous for lack of workers causing problems and such. Oh my god. I flipped those completely around the wrong way, that's why no one has been transporting mechanical components yet. Now they do. Now it's going back to Sovskoy. Good. Unfortunate here that the trams are clipping through. But that's not something I can change. Unless I make the hill really, really flat. Or like move it back, I guess. That could have helped a little bit. Okay, but I believe the sewage loading unloading station is now retired. And we'll just have to bring the water treatment plant out too. And then this whole area can be made obsolete, relocating everyone into our existing settlement. We'll have another research point in 140 workers too. We'll hook up the water treatment plant with capacity to run it at full, like, throughput. 240 cubic meters of water constitutes 2 large water pipes. So theoretically, I guess we need 2 large water pumps to run this. Wait, is this a small water treatment plant? Huh. That has a lot of volume, okay. I don't need that much. I'm not gonna hook it up with a single pipe, I think. But I'll move it further to the right to give it more space for road pumping, etc. I also need to make sure that the water inputs are placed in a way where they don't get blocked by the sewage treatment plant. Otherwise we can't get water out of this as easily. Okay. Electricity is here. We can do the water purification in the area, let the water trucks pick up from this area instead. And then relocate the vehicle that is bringing chemicals to the local water treatment plant over. It is not a vehicle, it's handled by distribution office. Okay. I don't know how we'll have our water treatment here. We might not even need another heat exchanger here if we're that close to the heating plant, just some residential buildings. Maybe the heat exchanger on this side, one on that side. The other ones from the large heating plant, I mean, I'll probably need them. We'll probably build a little bit higher density. And I could still bring the hill down to open up this area for more housing. I don't want to have any housing past the water treatment plant. The sewage treatment plants should be a little bit like off on its own. And I'll probably get rid of this footpath. Okay. Done with enough cases, but to be below 20% unexamined cases again, so we don't get any warning messages anymore. That'll be okay. I guess now that the train tunnel is almost done, we could start with another one or two. Housing block right next to the heating plant. It's what we've been doing, and it should work fine. Okay, 45 meters is quite low, but it only runs at one worker. It would be the closest house. Extra housing, balconies facing towards the water. I don't know if I like that. I think that looks weird. Probably too large of a building to be placing like this. One thing I should probably build here is a waste storage, now that I think about it. I made room for it behind the building, but I never placed it. guess we'll fit another building in here. Why not? Make this look a little bit more connected. It's gonna be quite wonky. Maybe I can get this footpath to turn in earlier. A little bit more room. Balconies are on the water side. Two exits. A waste storage here and there. And these heating pipes need to be paused. Until I figure out where they're supposed to go. Don't think we need a heat exchanger in there, but if we do, I have room to place one. I don't think it's going to be necessary. But you never know. I think we'll let some highly educated people move into one of the three buildings. As close to the tram station as possible. Mechanical component warnings are gone, I think. That should be resolved now that the settings have been made correctly. Why are you not delivering gravel? You are, just very, very slowly. I mean, there's a lot of sewage pipe construction going on, which also required a lot of gravel. $120 work days of construction, so about 6 construction tasks worth of work left. With the other 2 tunnel constructions going on, it's going to be a little bit delayed, but overall should be not too slow. And by that point we probably have our warehouse set up to have some mechanical components for export to the west and can fund our import of grain. Maybe some other resources as well. This ship could take over the... actually, this ship can't take over anything else, it's only grain. We're not importing anything into that warehouse. But we could consider having a harbor for any other type of resource we don't plan on producing. Speaking of which, I still need to hook up the oil storage tanks for the fuel and bitumen import. No, this was only supposed to be oil export, no bitumen import. That's all by train. The storage tanks for the oil storage. So I think we can have like 3 storage tanks here as the first line of storage leading into a pumping station leading into the harbor. Yeah, asphalt is fine. Wrong type of pumping station, we need a merging one. And I should probably make it underground. So that's our oil tanks hooked up. They can then be pumped full of oil from the oil field by a pipeline. And yeah. Got electricity here and everything. The tram loop is gonna be moved back further at some point, so we don't need to abide by where it is located at the moment. And I would make that our oil tank storage. And then we'll have like a single pumping station feeding one pipe into these 3 tanks. It's going to be the buffer storage. And we could set up more if we need more. I could set up a pumping station splitting into 3, and then from that one, having the first one be the first pipeline connection be another pumping station splitting into these three storage tanks. I guess I don't have any merging at the end, so I don't think I'll go over the 4,500 tons of storage capacity we have. The ship we can buy can hold 2,700 tons of oil, so we have probably 2 tankers running at some point. The tunnel is being paved, then we almost have the warehouse. Rail tunnel nearing completion. If the other tunnels weren't being done right now, it would be a lot faster. But yeah, the warehouse should finish first anyway, so it makes sense. Is the waste storage full? It's kind of full. There's a distribution office trying to empty it out slowly whenever we aren't doing demolition. It is doing its thing. Did I demolish something else? Oh yeah, that stuff, right. That sewage pipe also requires a lot of demolition work. Carrying resources away, that's fine. Road tunnel done. Tiny bit of road left, warehouse construction. Once that one is done, we'll give it a vehicle to handle the logistical affairs. I do have one covered hull truck left. I don't know if it's gonna stay around. Probably. I don't use the R12Ds that often, and that one can handle over the mechanical component transportation. Maybe I'll replace this heat exchanger's connection with one from the heating plant here. Doesn't sound like a good idea. There needs to be an overlap with the other heat exchangers. The heating plant is only supposed to handle like buffering, not main heating affairs. Not with a single worker at least. But I don't think we had any like population drop in the settlement. Not during winter. Could have more housing here on this side, over on this end, maybe bringing back the hill a little bit, make it a sharper slope. And what is supposed to go on top of the hill is still open. Prioritize this road section, please. Doesn't need much, one resource delivery and a bunch of workers. Can't accept a road mechanism. You're waiting because there's no train signals separating the rail construction area, which was pretty dumb. We ran out of gravel because of that. Well, now it's been fixed. Might have even blocked the coal delivery here. Could have caused a heating problem. Well, that's the reason why we didn't get gravel, I guess. It did last for a very long time though, but yeah. Should have removed, or should have set up the signals. Why is it a problem? There's signals over here. Oh, only on the outside. No, there's also signals on the inside. The problem? It's a chain signal. And there's no signal here. That's the problem. Okay, like this is supposed to run proper direction traffic, right hand side traffic already. Are these not snapped together? Maybe not. I guess not. Oh right, because it had like a... No, I don't know. I thought it was pretty like sloped, but no, they're just slightly further apart than they should be. Not snapped. Because I redid one of them, or both of them, when we built the construction offices, I think. But that was not built by that point. I honestly don't know. Paving almost done. And rolling immediately with the workers on the construction site as well. No more workers needed. Okay, now we don't need to just wait on the warehouse. Hello, Pilsbear. Welcome. More gravel. Last construction phase for the tunnel, going to the grain silo. Okay, I guess I accidentally decided that I wanted to mark this for construction. It's not gonna hurt, but yeah. What about that demolition office that I was thinking about? I guess we'll shoot something up here. Maybe in the harbor. Could have a demolition office here, I guess. Demolition office with waste removal. Did not need that much space, I guess. So the logic behind this is demolition office will be assigned to dump everything into this storage, which might create pollution, but is far away enough from anything else. The distribution office will slowly empty out the waste storage to wherever it gets recycled. Could be in Sovskoye, which it will have to be in the beginning. Could be inside the harbor, which it will be later on. And the storage just holds the waste. Looks like the train track finished before the warehouse. Okay, then I guess we'll reassign the transportation of grain. The train isn't here right now. Might be coming back at the moment. No, it's heading towards the customs house. I'll have to let it refuel, and then I think we can change the line. This is, I guess, one of the trains where I'm not sure if it will always be fine without another fuel station. We do have one next to Donetiti construction sector. Basically, no, it can't go here. It's a very long train. I don't want to run it through an end station. I know an end station would work all the time, but it looks silly. Having a 442 meter long train disappear into an end station. Alright, you can't turn around from this area either. So you do have to go into the customs house. Don't load anything. I guess I'll have to set up a fuel station for long trains. Something that could be done over here. We just bring coal and water to this area and let the trains do a route into that location. It could be from this train track And then if a train from this area wants to refuel, it has to go all the way around, I guess. The train delivering grain needs to be able to see that. We could always let it drive through the customs house, but that would be a lot of detour. The grain train basically always wants to go around through the city. I think if I have one here that can be accessed from both sides, it would be enough. It doesn't have to be a large one with several lines. This one should be plenty. It has electricity. I'll need a water connection. We could just pump out raw water, which I guess I'll do. Doesn't need to be treated. And coal will be transported by truck, that's fine. Out of food. It's on its way. So we need train tracks worth 390 meters, because the station is 60 meters. So I need a lot of track to hook this up. So what we have now, if you go by the probably shortest piece of track, would be 454 meters of track here. And a pretty horrible connection because of the snapping. Would still give us the required distance here to park a very long train in. So that could act as a refueling point for local long trains. I could make it slightly longer by giving it a wider curve, I guess. Because a 5-meter safety gap is not that much. That would be a lot more distance. Hello, Barbados Black Belly. Welcome. Coal ores out because not enough production. It's not because of the waste storages, it's just we have that much coal consumption right now, I guess. And not enough workers in the mine. 210 tons of coal ore per day times 4 is 840. Currently we're only producing 530. Why is our consumption that high right now? Oh man, I am not... The power plants are so overloaded. Okay, no, never mind. We're at 150 out of 200 usage of power plant capacity. Which is okay, but it looks scary. I guess there's not enough workers going to the coal mine. So maybe we need more buses. Or I just set this bus line to... This has variable timing. What is it doing? The other bus line is bringing workers from down here because the cableway stations weren't enough. Should only be 2 lines. Yeah. Okay, I guess we'll add 2 more buses to stabilize this. They're from 1947. They're okay. From Sovskoye power plant bus platform to the coal mine and then the end station. The warehouse for the export is also ready. Covered hull truck can be assigned. Wait until loaded. For mechanical components, wait until unloaded. So train export will probably be reduced. It should be handled by a distribution office, honestly, otherwise we're definitely gonna run the storage dry. I'm gonna move that truck over into the local distribution office for the temporary rail distribution. And that will handle it. Making sure we leave at least around 100 tons in there. Ship is on its way. Didn't load anything this time except a little bit of steel. But next time it'll have a bunch of mechanical components. Let's make sure that train actually gets here and doesn't get stuck. It seems to be moving. I can't see it yet. It did not already go past, right? No. There it is. I think that's the first long train going towards Donetiti. I don't think we've had any other long train heading towards this area now, so I guess we'll see if the rail signals are all fine or not. It's gonna be a lot of grain? No, not really. It's only like 2,000 tons. It's not actually that much. Actually only 800. They can't hold that much. Early start train cars. Very low capacity. A lot of overhead on the stuff like around it. Small train cars. I mean, it already picked it up once. So everything should be fine. It's also gonna go through the train station, isn't it? Well, onlookers can check out a long train, I guess. Some people like trains that go into a tunnel and come out of the tunnel before the end of the train has already like left the tunnel. I don't think this tunnel is short enough for that, but I don't quite know. Oh no, it is. End is sticking out and the train has already left the tunnel. Hello Hank. Welcome. Are you planning on making this a bigger this place bigger than Sovskoy? I was, kind of. Like, I wanted this to be developed all the way up to here. So a very thin city, but like more space definitely, I think. Plus the harbor. I hope it can keep up with grain transportation. A second ship importing grain would not be a problem. So yeah, the grain has to go a little bit further now. If we run into any issues, we have to make a parking space for the grain trains and let like multiple of them run. So I would have to make a rail yard in front of the unloading station somewhere. Well, there's clearly no room for it. So we'd have a rail yard, I guess, somewhere in this area. that still long enough? It should be. 450 meter. Yeah, easily. Well, not easily. I still need a way for them to, like, change lanes. No, I don't think I'll do that. Just give them more space. But I don't want to make like a junction that looks like this, because I think they're too small. They don't look great. Should be a wide corner. Ooh, I don't know what it would do if I click that. I'm a little bit worried. Let's not do that right now. Oh god. Click on it. Mm-hmm. The run is over. Small shopping center. It's fine. So now we have a longer section of track. Which probably allows us to have a switch in front. I don't know. It looks like it's enough. It's so minimalist enough. Just barely. Should be fine. Let's not gamble. Just give it enough space. Oh, disgusting. There. Alright. Now we just make sure to give them the space they need. Run some coal distribution in here. All the trucks are busy. Okay. I mean, it is very cold right now, so I guess that makes sense. A little bit in the at the refueling station. We have 2 rail construction vehicles in there, which is plenty. I'm not going to add any more. But I will increase the amount of workers up to 25 to increase construction speed here a little bit. And you'll let me know if either of these 2 sites are done. We'll have to keep a close eye on the train that runs grain, because it might stop at some point out of fuel, and then we'll have to make sure it is correctly guided to a refueling station until the new refueling one has been set up. Only 1 delivery of mechanical components so far. Lack of workers. Why? Is there so much construction going on that we're not getting any workers anymore over here? Or are the trams over capacity and we can't pull them out of the tram stops efficiently enough? Because we have too many passengers trying to visit things. I should probably have the attraction building in here so they don't take the tram for it. Oh, they would probably take the tram. Yeah, no workers here. Sheesh. Why not? Did they all go to constructions in the area or something? That can be at full capacity, that's okay. Still no chemicals. And as soon as the chemicals have arrived, it would allow us to set up the water purification from here. We should be able to disable deliveries of chemicals to the area. Next housing we'll set up will not allow people to move in because we want to relocate all of these away from here and then set it up for demolition. After we got the second demolition office up, because then both of them can work on removing the old outskirts area and make room for a properly planned one. I guess I could get a second grain ship already, but I don't think there's a reason for it. Yep, ran out of fuel. As predicted. White Junction. I mean, I guess temporarily I could run it through an end station. It would look so weird though. If I don't look, it's probably fine. Okay, so export by ship if we have more than 100, export by train if we have more than 160, which shouldn't really happen. Not with the ship export constantly running, but if we now postpone the transportation of grain, it might. In the future we might have another train refueling station here. I'm considering setting up a 4-line refueling station in the middle of the train line. So there's 2 lines in each direction, and if one train is refueling, it should be possible for another train to just go past. Hello EXE. Welcome. Okay, it's minus 39, they're going down to 14 degrees, but that is still okay. It's getting a little bit cozy though, a little bit cold though. And one house is still being built. So we'll probably need that other heat exchanger. First we'll remove the outskirts area. Set up the correct line for the tram and fix the tram, I think. Or like quote-unquote fix. It's not really anything that needs fixing at the moment, but I would like to change it. Sorry to bother, but do you mind going over how to power the tram road? You need a tram road power connection. Something like this. A tram trafo. Next to the gas stations, there's a tram trafo or trolleybus trafo construction. You hook these up, connect it with the tram road, and power it with power lines. And then it works like train power. Yes, it's medium voltage. Can go up to 14 megawatts, but you can only hook up to medium voltage wires, so it can never really go that high. That's easy, thanks. You're welcome. Yeah, probably a heat exchanger here. Just 3 high capacity buildings, I guess. Did not remove the slightly wonky part, but that's okay. Balconies facing each other. Made it from 1930, 1997 with my first successful Republic. However, the game seems to crash now like once in 2 to 4 hours of playtime. That's unfortunate. If you have a reproducible case of crashing, you could send it in as a report via the Soviet Republic website, I guess. But if it just happens once every 2 to 4 hours, I don't know. Okay, good. Yep, send it in. And heat exchanger here, I guess. Oh, it's the sewage pipe now in the way. Funny. Very funny. Not really. But okay. There we go. Hopefully they can figure it out, because it's a bit disheartening. I thought it might have been trash ship mods, so I got rid of those and still crashed about 4 to 5 hours after removing the mods. But, like, I assume you use autosave, right? So a crash once every 4 to 5 hours shouldn't be disheartening, in my opinion. Thank Lennon that we have autosave, yeah. Oh, come on. What's with the waste storages, like... Someone bring some steel to these waste storages. The kindergarten is making pollution, and I don't like it. And the houses too. It's not okay. Just someone bring some steel over there. This construction has been sitting there for a long time. And this one too. Those tiny last couple deliveries need to happen. Okay, what am I going to do about the grain train? I guess we'll send it to the customs house again for now. While the refueling gets set up. because it can refuel at the customs house. That's the way we've planned it. And then for refueling while driving past here, we'll have one near Donetiti, this one, which is not long enough for very long trains, so it can't use that, but the other shorter trains can use it. And then it'll have one next to Sovskoy, which it can hopefully use and will be enough. But there could be a situation where it isn't, I guess. Speaking of waste, we have a recycling center. Mine is not as efficient as I would like. Bottleneck seems to be the aluminium separation building. Yes, I have waste separation. I only use the general waste separation because the specific waste separation buildings are only really necessary for areas where you make a lot of that waste type. Otherwise, it's sufficient to just run everything through a generic waste separation facility because you don't expect your people making a lot of aluminium. Like, you might want to filter out aluminium scrap out of like an aluminium plant, for example. An aluminum plant. But for general waste separation for like residential areas, you don't need that. It's a very specific building. The general waste separation does all of them. It has lower efficiency than the special building, but not that much. So the aluminium separation plant has 97% efficiency. Everything else would be lost. And the general one has 85%, which is fine. So these are specialized buildings for specialized areas. Scrap separation, for example, I could use next to my iron mine. Because we get metal scrap out of this. And if I wanted more, I would need more efficient waste separation. Well, not in this case, because I'm separating it at the source, so I already have full efficiency, basically. But yeah, I don't know if you need the aluminium separation. You could also have two of them, I guess, pulling from the same storage building. If you want higher throughput. But that would require a lot of workers, I guess. I don't even remember how many it takes. So many bricks needed here. Let's deliver more bricks and other resources. More bricks, really. Don't need that many boards or prefab panels. Bricks and steel. Yeah, I thought that the 11% efficiency deficit would be a pain, but the issue is that the metal separation does 30 tons, aluminium does 20. So the aluminium is falling behind. Doesn't take that many workers though. Well, then just build two and get it into a storage, and then from the storage pull it out again, for example. Should be doable with factory connections. I don't have them, so I can't check, but let the buildings store the output into either a waste transfer or, if you don't mind pollution, into a dump, and then from the dump draw it back into the aluminium separation plant. Two of them. I don't know if that's worth 11% aluminium efficiency gain. Like I said, you would need the aluminium first, but if you're importing from the border, then maybe. If you're trying to separate waste from the border efficiently. Shipping in tons of hazmat. Okay, yeah. Had the waste ship mods for a decade or two, and the mixture was heavy in metal and aluminium. Well, I hope you burned it first, so you don't have to go through the mixed waste all the time before sorting it through aluminium and scrap metal. Because aluminium and scrap metal and scrap aluminium doesn't burn, so... Or you could sort the plastics out first and then you burn it, and then you look for scrap metal and scrap aluminum. No one may move into these buildings. We're going to relocate our existing population in there from this area. Why do you not have water yet? This thing hasn't been built. Because it's also missing a tiny amount of steel. Come on, people. Not cool. Had a burner and a waste treatment. Burner would get turned on if the treatment couldn't keep up. Okay. Yeah, waste treatment is slow. The stopgap that I am using now is a distro office to pull mixed out of metals separation to put it into the general separation to make up for the 10-ton deficit of the aluminium separation. Yeah. Okay, looks like we also built the other heating pipe, but that one is not affected by... Never mind, I'll take it back. There's footpaths underneath. Okay, get rid of that then. We'll rebuild it later. This is set up... I think it just dumps whatever it wants here. It's a distribution office of a demolition office. It'll pick up from here and just bring it to the closest waste management area, which is currently Sovskoy. Hazardous waste in here. Mixed waste into the incinerator. Oh no, we have a dedicated mixed waste storage now. Construction waste and metal scrap as well. plastics waste we do not get from demolition. Put in 2 large waste trucks into the distribution office. Oh, there's a mass 200 now, which is a larger version. And the Yak 10 is available from 1929 now? Okay. Sure. I guess we'll have to switch our voice trucks again to a more modern version. Waste goes here. Workers you get from the train station, I think? No, you just get it from the tram platform in the area, that's fine. There's always someone waiting here. Don't need too many. You'll get a personal car, maybe a small bus. Yeah, an AMO15, I think. I don't know what I've done for the other demolition office. Should basically be the same composition, it worked quite well. A large bus? That's overkill. I love it. Sure, we'll drop a large bus in there then. So that one from 1947. Yak excavator. And the new waste trucks. That should be enough for demolition office. Search within maximum range. Put some traffic signs here. Seems like a bit of a drive. Yep. It'll take a while. Okay, we got water now, which is good. Running water is a thing for later. But the sewage should also be pretty much set up for the whole city for the moment. I think construction vehicles are probably pulling most of the workers away from the trams. Demolition office needs to be renamed. And then this one is just a container for demolition office. Nothing else is supposed to be stored in here. It's slowly being emptied out with no real urgency. Once we have the waste handling in the harbor, then it's going to be a lot faster at that point. But for the moment, they have to drive all the way to Sovskoy. So this water is not being picked up anymore, I don't think. I'll hook up the chemical truck to pick up chemicals from this water treatment plant first. We'll stop production. There's no connection here. Maybe this technical service needs to be changed. Water and treatment. We can pick up water from Donitity now, not from Sovskoy anymore. And Beryoshov probably has a technical service. Chemevsk is like in the middle, so I guess here is already fine with Sovskoy. It has been running like that for a while, but I think Beryoshov is closer to Donitity than Sovskoy because it has to drive around in a loop, not straight. That's a lot of mechanical components ready for export. You can unload anything for export, not just steel. Big money? No, this is not a lot of money. It just looks like that. It actually is not really. Let's see how many tons of food that is. Like how many tons of food do you think this is? Take a guess. Let's say 30 million. How many tons of food can we buy for 30 million? 500? That's... Then it would not be a lot of money. 500 tons of food is not a lot of money. $20,000 tons. Well, we're gonna divide 30 million by 18,500. 30 million divided by 18,500 is 1,621 tons only. Hello, Mega Monkey. Food cost at the moment is 1,700. Yeah, it goes up sharply with the inflation. Thankfully, we're not importing food. Oh, well, electronics are 1 million per ton almost, 900,000. So, yeah. At least fuel is worthless, so there's that. No more people moving in here, please. Buildings are almost ready to relocate here. So yeah, I can't even buy a ton of electronics with the money I have. Right? It's... Can buy a tiny bit of electronics with that, but... sorry. No, I can buy electronics with that. I thought I had 800 million. No, it's 800,000. That's 3 tons, 30 tons of electronics. Makes more sense. Stop driving workers here if there's not enough resources, people. What about the rail construction in Sovskoye? Making progress. Once the rail construction is done, I can put down signals again if I want to prioritize a certain type of track, I guess. We'll see. What are the construction officers doing right now? Lots of maintenance tasks. Small deliveries. Not a whole lot, it feels like. I wonder why the resource deliveries are that slow. Do I not have that many vehicles for them, I guess? I think I'm gonna try and send the grain train through the coaling station all the time. So it's gonna head out here, go to the coaling station, and then it's gonna go back to unload. Or maybe after it has unloaded, I'll send it to the coaling station before it makes its way to Donutiti. Want to see if they change the behavior of that. Alright, time to work on the tram road. While the snow is gone. Distribution office is hooked up with the vehicles it needs. Now I can at least place the assignments. Just shouldn't have to do that, but I will. And yeah, this will be emptied out every now and then. Slowly, by road. One building that would be nice to have as a vehicle storage that has a slow decay to the vehicles, like a massive garage or something. Hangars for helicopters too. Hope the trucks can handle that waste. Yeah, they're supposed to do that slowly throughout time. This is basically the buffer storage so the demolition office can work quickly, and then this one just moves the waste slowly to where it can be handled. At some point, if I do too much demolition at one time, I would run into the issue where the demolition is backlogged because of the waste running full, but then I could just add 150% more vehicles here. If I wanted to. If the house is full, people can move in. I've been using that setup for the demolition office next to the rail construction office too. And that one is getting backlogged, like you can see. So I could add a couple more trucks, I guess. Did a lot of sewage pipe demolition and that caused a lot of waste to be made here. I really ought to set up like a gravel recycling plant. All of that construction waste could be turned to gravel to be used locally instead. Yeah, tearing down this whole thing is gonna require a lot of space, I guess. I could set up a gravel recycling plant and deal with that waste locally, since it's available now in early start. Power line, couldn't see it. Now where do I have all those free vehicle depots? Yep. Oh, right, that thing. That one can go. I don't know where that is. Coal mine? What of that? I want to. The rest is fine. Will there happen to be a way to tell how much space for cars remains in your rail district offices? No, not cleanly. It only tells you how much space you have lengthwise versus how many train cars you have in there. And it doesn't tell you how much distance basically you have left on that space, so we do not have that information. Well, these ones are probably ripe for the scrapyard. rip bulldozers. Don't be sad about machinery being recycled. They've been alive for 48 years and doing good work, but it's time. Would be useful information like X meters of space remains. Yeah, I don't know why that isn't there. We're not going to do a funeral procession for them. No. Hmm. I'm gonna build a gravel recycling plant and then the construction waste will be loaded in there. And a single truck will pick up whatever is here and drive it to probably the gravel storage in this area. Maybe the one in Donatity because that one empties out faster. Maybe the one inside the city. I would need a dumper. A larger one than these. These are way too small. And then yeah, distribution office can just be disabled and we'll tell the demolition office to drop it directly in here, I think. I could have one next to Donatity, Sovskoy and everywhere pretty much. Especially in our mines, where there's a lot of construction waste being made that gets transported away by train. Well, I guess that's how we set it up, because that's how it was. But for Donatity it's different. We have a gravel recycling plant now. And we could hook one up to train deliveries, I guess, and bring all the construction waste over there too. I remember when Bulldozer pushed its first pile of material. It looked so happy. Now it's pushing the great pile in the sky. That is awfully sad and dark. It's not in the great pile in the sky yet. It's using its broken little tracks to drive over there right now. I don't know how far it made it. Must be on the road somewhere. There they are. Shoveling their own graves pretty much. I don't know if I'm on a new version, but steel deliveries seem really weird. Open material deliveries, probably because I have so much construction going on. But they really don't want to deliver that last bit of material, which I don't like. I don't like that at all. They rather bring like full deliveries to all the material sites. Maybe that's maybe they have it set up now where smaller trucks make sense. Like if a truck can send, maybe small trucks would do it. I don't know. remember that when... Oh, we already did that. I do use a mixture of small trucks and large ones personally to handle the smaller deliveries more quickly. Still sometimes sends the big trucks though. Yeah, like it just sends whatever truck has free time right now. I send everyone. There's so many workers at this train station right now that we can use as many as we want to finish that task, I guess. Railroad done. Which I guess means the train should be able to refuel. We still need to finish that short section of track. And then the grain train should be able to refuel here. And yes, I'll try and run it through that stop all the time and see if it makes a difference. So the stop would be harbor, grain silo, and then gas station, I guess. So it comes in, does a right-hand turn, refuels, and then goes... Actually, it unloads, waits until unloaded, then it goes here, refuels. No, that would be 2 left-hand turns. It should do the refueling between loading the grain and unloading, then it has 1 right-hand turn. Yeah, it should do the visit here. I just want it to be on the route. I don't know if it makes a difference. And let's make sure it doesn't get stuck at the customs house, I guess. Seems good. If you don't mind explaining, how do you like to set up your medium voltage lines across multiple substations? Do you use medium voltage switches? Holy jeebus, that's a big train. Yes, it is. I like using transformers more than switches. But I have used switches before. I don't use switches that much. I rather set up a whole new transformer with a 5 megawatt wire and then use these 6 connections than running a medium voltage wire through a switch and then more medium voltage wires. But yeah, we have done that, like the whole route from Sovskoy through Kirilov, Kamevsk, Beryoshov. Starting with Kirilov, we have a medium voltage wire that runs around here along the road basically. And that has switches for each settlement, so I don't have anything more here because they don't draw that much power. Two settlements, 2 switches, and then it hooks up back here. But there's also an alternative high voltage line providing power to the area now. Gravel recycling plant done. Demolition office brings it here. Distribution office as well. And now I need a dump truck. The BZ252 is legit, 1955. We have been using that one before. But I think I'll use a... yeah, no, I'll use that one. No, it takes too long. I'll use a Maz 205. There's not going to be that much construction waste being made. Holograph costs 2 million for you now? Yes. I do not have a lot of money. I wasn't lying. Welcome to the magic of inflation. The wonderful world of inflation. Maybe I use the distribution office for that instead. So you drop construction waste in there, but you also load the gravel and bring it wherever it's needed. Shouldn't really be able to drop that off in here because that one's always fed by conveyors. But at least I can tell it to export it if it became too much. Should still try to drop it in here to fill out that storage as much as possible. That's construction waste. Need to wait for the gravel truck to be here. The game wants you to be fully independent by 2000. You don't have to be independent yet, you have to be profitable. Yeah, we're not fully independent. I don't have my own fuel, bitumen... What else? I'm not fully independent, like... We don't have our own electronics, fabric, components, fuel, plastic, bitumen, meat, and prefab panels. Those people get lost on the train ride. It's gonna be close. Half an hour? No. We'll change that from Donatity to construction sector. Get out. And then unload everyone, transfer, and reload. Playing on the Asian map from the World DLC, it's a great map. Crops are insane and the quality of resources are wild too. Yeah. I mean, this is also from the same DLC. The Biomes DLC is the Asia map, the desert map, and the Siberia map. The Asia map has constant growing all year round. It's ridiculous. Okay, now it's safe. Good fun. Yep. Okay, this distribution office can drive construction waste to that gravel recycling plant too, I guess. Doesn't have to bring it to the storage anymore, just over here. And if we have more than 15%, I guess? Sorry, 10%? We'll pick it up and bring it somewhere. Really? Oh, come on. Why are you so terrible building footpaths? Never mind. These constructions are already done. Why am I so terrible at looking at construction sites and not realizing that they're done yet? Well, these buildings can reach outside, so I guess it is time to relocate the rest of the houses. What can you hold? No highly educated. You, no highly educated. Same. Okay, that empties out this whole area. No more people living here. Just get rid of everything. Don't care what's inside. Unless I have to move the vehicles out first, of course, but other than that, no. Just get rid of it. I don't know where the ambulance went. Must be an orphaned ambulance now. 6 years some time ago, when I was a child, I played building roads and buildings in a sand pile with my Tonka trucks and bulldozers, and now I do it digitally. Who would have known? Yep. Absolutely unbelievable. How could you? Okay, stop 9. Stop 9 is obsolete. A great game for the perfect Tonka truck experience is the game Out of Ore. Yeah, I have played that on stream too for a short moment. They have added pavers and rollers, and I'm kinda tempted to go back to it. Haven't done so yet. And there's also the game called Roadcraft, I guess. Which I'm also tempted to get, but let's not get too much stuff right now. They also added automatic smelting. The whole building system and everything that is like revolving around the items, like crafting things, I could not get behind with. I mostly like the terraforming so far. But the resources, etc., felt a lot more like I don't want to They felt too simple and not integrated enough. In my opinion. Alright, that'll give our demolition officers a bunch of things to do. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of workers in the rail construction office. I guess we do have that capacity. They get the workers filled last. Looks good. One summer when I was 18 or so, I drove a belly dump hauling gravel from a pit to a coal power plant being constructed. It was a 40-mile run and could do 4 to 5 runs a day. Okay. Nice. Sending it to the border sounds silly. There should be enough consumption of gravel every now and then. Maybe not. If construction is done and maintenance is done at 30%, we don't have any constant consumption of construction of gravel, I guess. But yeah, the demolition office is not happy. Where's the other truck? Still hasn't made it here. I ordered that like so long ago. Well, good luck. I'll probably buy a bunch more for you, but no. I won't. The truck was a Kenworth. I left the pit sometimes a bit overloaded. Sheesh. So, our temporary Donity outskirts settlement has now been completely set up for demolition. When I said it was temporary, I meant it. Can this one do rail demolition? It has the same problem, doesn't it? No waste storage. I don't like that one bit. Maybe we can get a factory connection to go downhill. Yes, we can. Set up a waste storage here so the rail demolition can go ahead. And then we'll empty it out with a distribution office. The waste distribution office for the demolition office can basically help keep that unloaded. Since it already has all the sources assigned to it. Gas station will also be removed once it's out of... It won't be out of fuel. Because I killed the power connection, so I'll just demolish it. It's fine. No maintenance needed. Should hopefully not take too long, because I think there's a train parked on the demolition site blocking everything. Not yet. But a train is heading this way right now. We found an easy way to automatically repair passenger trains. They go to a depot with a repair station. If they can drive into the depot and back out onto the depot to the same train line. I have nothing else set up for train repairs other than the initial train depot next to Goshny, and that has handled all train repairs for now. Broken trains make their way in there. because if I were to tell this train to repair, it's gonna take a detour and go to the repair station instead of going to Sovskoye. And it can do that from pretty much anywhere on the network, because they have very large search radius along the train tracks. But I am setting up another repair station here, long train depot, with the ability for trains to move into it, get repairs, and then move back out. So they don't have to travel all the way to Gugoshny, which is quite far away, because there might be trains that don't even head that way. Sounds like a pretty mind-numbing job. Yeah, but you have to send them to the depot manually. I was hoping there was an automatic method. They do that automatically. They repair themselves at 20% wear and tear. I don't have to click that button, they do that themselves. I don't know if I have a train right now that is close to being repaired. That one. Iron train. It's not a passenger train, but it's pretty much the same thing. This one isn't being repaired because it's 50 years old. It should be getting repaired. Maybe now that I've split up the passenger trains between Sovskoye, Gugoshny and Sovskoye harbor from Donutity, the repairs aren't happening automatically anymore because they're not driving close enough to the depot. So hopefully they'll start that again when the construction of these two tunnels is completed. Uh-oh. Please finish the storage of the waste material. All of the trains are currently backing up because of it. Thank you. I don't know what the search radius is, but right now I have hit the limit where they can't find it anymore, apparently. If it doesn't go into repair, then it can't get out of the depot to go back onto its normal line normally. So there must be an issue with the train not being able to re-enter the track in a way that it can get back to its train track. At least my 18,000 people are happy. At least there's that, yeah. I also got another free research point from population. We're up to 20 now, I think. 21 even, I think. I don't know. I'm not even keeping track anymore. I don't think I have anything I want to research. Okay, waste storage is almost done. Oh! They're running again. I guess the demolition finished? Interesting. I don't know how, but... okay. Sure. I think the issue is that I need a repair station inside the orange influence sphere. Oh yeah. They don't drive vehicles from the repair station to the train depot. It needs to be in the depot, and the repair station basically need to be in each other's range. And the range you see if you place the repair station. It's that orange box around it. That thing. Oh yeah, I guess I increased the amount of people living here. Probably should increase the amount of sellers too. Hopefully it'll be able to keep up with food demand. We will set up another grocer though. Footpath right next to the coal storage. Beautiful. Let me know when that is ready. We'll set up another grocer. Let me know when these connections are done. And then we'll increase the amount of workers here probably, because people can then go and send their trains to that building to get repaired. Still running steam engines, wonderful, good clean coal. Yeah, it's renewable. Just takes a while. Lots of unemployment, probably because the trains were stuck for a while. What's the next big project? I don't know, we're not done with the harbor yet. That's a slow development process because I'm not planning out everything and plastering it down. I'm basically slowly developing the city and the harbor to like fulfill each other's needs. Another industry would probably be useful inside the harbor to make sure that we can request a lot more workers. than that, currently no plan. I mean, the whole plan of the city is still an ongoing project with the development of the harbor. One thing that to be considered is like vehicle production and maybe train production next to the construction sector over here, having an industry in this area that builds our trains and road vehicles. Or we can send excess workers by train up to that area. For a harbor to work, does the water need to reach the edge of the map? Yes, I think so. I believe it does have to do that. What percent are we to autarky? I'm not planning on autarky, but there's not many things we're importing still. This is what we imported last year. Although the meat imports, I don't even know why they're happening. I need to check why and who's importing those, because we're producing our own meat. Plastic, bitumen, prefab panels, electronic components, fuel, crops, chemicals, fabric and electronics are the resources we're importing. Fuel, meat. I don't know, probably when the production here had a problem, I was loading from the customs house. I mean, there's really only one settlement that could be importing from it. There must be a dedicated line, I think. Let's check the customs house for any meat imports. I bought that train for rail distribution. I don't even know which distribution office. I think it was you? Your fault. You? No. It must be Donatity's temporary rail distribution office. Alright, let's check the routes at the custom house. There's a meat line going to... Okay, that's a very old one with a Russo bolt. Going to the Gugoshny meat storage. So the village outside here still received meat imports, I guess. But that is now a thing of the past. Because you're going to the scrapyard. Your bottom line, thanks you. Yes, those meat imports really broke the bank so far. 300,000 rubles. Sounds like a lot, but if you compare it to other things, it's not so much. Okay, that is the local distribution office that... You know what? Cancel. You're not gonna go to the customs house anymore, you're gonna pick up the meat from where it is imported by... Actually, wait. No, we're transporting it by truck to this area. I don't have a rail-connected meat storage. I take it back. Meat Regional is gonna bring meat over here instead. There. 30% is fine for that small settlement. Are you building your own vehicles? No, we're not. I vote for bitumen production next for no real reason really, just because it's next alphabetically. I don't want to produce bitumen and fuel again. That's just a money maker galore. I like the being stuck close to... I mean, it doesn't look like we have little money, but we actually have fairly little amounts of money. Okay, the other next project, if you really want to know, is like building this oil field. Now we have like the storage for the oil set up. I would need to start laying out the oil field, the pipeline leading up to it, and then splitting it up and setting up all the oil pumps here, creating mass amounts of pollution and stuff like that. That would be kind of the next project to do. But oil export by ship would be the next goal. We need 90 million for a ship, a tanker. And the oil field, and everything piped to it. So we would slowly start building out the pipeline here, I guess. What is that power line? That was a temporary power line for just getting electricity to this thing. Alright. We need electricity to have fast loading of building materials, which I think has another substation in range, but the rail distribution office did not, and to load coal and refuel with water, they kind of needed that, but yes, that power line can go away now. Oh, voltage here is not looking stable. Ooh. I wonder if our power network is getting to its limits. Let me check both power plants, I guess. One of them is at 30% wear and tear, which means it's going to undergo maintenance momentarily. That voltage flickering. Coal delivery by train with a power plant inside the harbor would kind of be important. I need to set up the proper rail construction office first so I can flatten out this whole area here. Then we would have a way for the coal to be unloaded, dropping into a local storage for the power plant, and it could be run off of the tram stop like everything else. I'll run 2 more demolitions. Actually more than that because of the junction, but sure, we'll do these. Let's gonna be a lot of demolition work. I'll do this whole section in one go, which will be off of the main line, so it shouldn't impact too much while it is going on. And then do the 3 sections here last, which will be done quickly. Do this thing as its own demolition work as well. Let me move. No, we set up the demolition on that route construction office now, so it's going to be used for that. I'm not going to use the other one. Unemployment wise, decent amount. Place a couple more monuments. Motherfucker, I love Lenin now. What? Just because of workers and resources? Great monument placement. Oh, thank you. This one annoys me. I might move that statue. I don't think that is a good Lenin placement. That just looks horrible. It's mainly for people driving down the road, so Lenin can like look at them. That's the best part about monuments is the sound when you click on them. Yep. Okay. Gravel is full. Oh my god, there's so many workers here. Look at all those schlubs working to work. There's no work there. They're just there to make sure that the rail construction office, sorry, the fire station and the construction sector has enough workers. The rail construction office isn't even working anymore. I could give the rail construction office some vehicles, so it can also help build, which I guess would make sense. $608,000 US currency. Very nice. Schlubbing for nothing. I hope that's not a bad word. What is that word? Oh. A stupid, worthless, or unattractive person. Schlub. I should probably not use that. Oh wow, it's already been close to 6 hours again. Well, my room is definitely warm now. So I think I'm gonna put a cut in here. Mail Cooper, I thought it's fine. I don't know if it's that bad. I just did a quick Google search. I don't know if it has any other meanings. It was just the first result. So. Also, these are computer people, so I don't think they care. But yeah, we did some expansion. Got the grain hooked up, got the mechanical component factory hooked up, expanded the city some, removed some of the old temporary construction worker housings. Got our final sewage treatment and water production set up. Reworking the rail line. Remove all of this from the train track part. And then I need to figure out if I want to keep the elevation here, which I probably do. And then hook up the road connection towards this place, so we can have the tram running in a loop. 2 loops basically, in opposite directions. Which should deal with the volume of people in this area, but we might need another repair station to handle the repairs locally, because they're not going to go over to the to this end station here anymore. And then the transportation of workers from the train station area to the harbor area would be a separate tram line that just runs from this station with the loop to this station with the loop and then through the end station. And that would limit the amount of vehicles traveling there. But yeah, for now, I'm going to call it. For now, I'm not sure if I'm going to be back. We'll see. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I don't think I forgot anything. Well, I do hope that we have train repairs next time, because there were some pretty damaged trains in our setup, but we'll see. But yeah. I'm gonna see if I can raid you somewhere if you want to stick around. I don't see anyone that would make sense thematically. There's 2 German streams from Workers and Resources and 2 that have no language in them. So I don't know. I guess I will raid you over to... I don't even know. I don't want to risk anything today. We're gonna raid over to Percussigant, who's playing Valheim, which I want to play again at some point. I really like that game. It's a survival game with no much like food and like eating dependency. You do the eating because you want the bonuses, not because you would die if you don't eat. Well, technically, if you don't eat, you will die because you don't have the bonuses, but it's not a starvation survival game. It's a buffing yourself to survive in Valheim, which is a mythological Norse mythological area where Vikings go to fight it out until the end of time. And if you want to stick around and watch that, please do. If not, that is absolutely fine. I understand, like, going from a building game like Workers and Resources to a different thematic game is not everyone's cup of tea, so absolutely fine. I wish you all a good rest to your Saturday if I'm not gonna come back. Take care, everyone. All the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.